Agenda review to order. Thank you all for being here today. Just a couple quick things on the front end. Welcome to our interim superintendent. Glad to hear that. Mike's not on. Boy, that was a great speech too. Welcome to our interim superintendent. Glad to have you here in your official capacity now, sir. Ms. Craybill, if you wouldn't mind, would you continue to be our timekeeper on our agenda? Thank you. Appreciate that. And at this point, I'm going to ask Ms. Bowie to call the roll. Present.
Here. Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Hugh McManus. And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
All right. Thank you all for being here. I believe Mr. McManus is on his way. We will now have our invocation.
Let us pray. God of wonder and words, who inspires learning and curiosity and who ignites the intellect of all people, empower the work of this Board of Education with wisdom, discernment, and humility, that the children in our care may thrive in true knowledge, that educators may be empowered and continually inspired, that parents may engage in the enterprise of learning with their kids, and that our entire Wilmington community may joyfully take ownership for the advancement of every student, to the glory of your name and to the blessing of the world. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Next, I will entertain a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Wait,
All-
she's trying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was okay. I'm sorry. I was trying to hurry up and get my notes out. I'm trying to think. This might be for the next agenda discussion. Yeah, New Hanover
Yeah, that'll be
update.
for next.
Okay. And also the women's wrestling. That's for the next one.
We can put, I think, thank you for reminding me of that one, yes. Okay, we'll do that one.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Carries 6-0. We're going to start, as always, we're going to go through, why don't we just go ahead and start by, we'll go ahead and start, and then we will add in as needed. And I just lost my page. I'll just do this one, that's fine. All right. We do have, I'm going to start because we do need to add in presentation of colors. Colors will be back, so we need to add that. Is it usually before or after National Anthem?
Before.
Before? Okay. So if we can add that before National Anthem, and we'll go ahead and start from the beginning.
Mr. Goldemore, I
Yes,
left
Joe?
Ms. Harper, who is the school-based advisor for Student Voice. She was reaching out to her students last night, but she thinks that they do want to be on the agenda for September the 3rd. So can we just put them on, and then if they're not coming, then we just skip it?
Awesome. Let's
Okay.
do that. Unless there's a concern, but otherwise I
No,
think.
no concern. Can I just, is this appropriate time to talk about who will be heading up? Who would be the point person? Because I don't know, is Ms. Harper still doing that officially or not?
Ms. Harper is the school-based
Right,
leader.
okay.
And the policy that's coming to the board from what I understand, on September 3rd, is that we change the wording from chief equity officer to superintendent or designee. And so that falls in the lap of the interim superintendent to assign someone. And I know in their student voice presentation, they're going to be asking directly,
All right.
who's our person? So that may be something to add to your list, Dr. Barnes.
Mr. Chairman, for clarity, I haven't seen student voice on the policy, so if the chairman would mind speaking to that. We discussed it at the last meeting, last Tuesday. There were some changes, preliminary changes we made, but there was a little bit further discussion that we wanted to have regarding voting rights of students within. So it's still in committee? It's still in committee.
All right. So again, so we have approval of the agenda, invocation, then we'll have the presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge. Who would like to do the pledge for next week? Mr. Walker. W-A-L-K-E-R. Okay. Then one of the highlights of the evening will be the swearing in of the interim superintendent. Are we all set for that? Awesome. Awesome. Very good. Very good. Behind that.
How long is that going to take?
Go ahead.
Not to rush or anything, but 10 minutes?
45-minute speech.
Yeah, he's gonna have to
I
make a
was
speech.
going to, what's it called, a filibuster for a while.
Well, you have time for that.
We only have 4 hours.
So is that 10 minutes?
I would
You
say.
think 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Let's say 15 to be safe. Okay, so we have the swearing in, which will be 15 minutes. Approval of the minutes, about 5 minutes. Recognitions. We have 10 minutes allotted for.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
this meeting is-
We only have 2 this month, so 10 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Are we going to do the classified employee recognition? Okay, that's going on. And administrative introductions. So probably 10 minutes for the whole. You think we can get all done? Okay. Then we'll have student voice behind that, allotting 10 minutes for that. Teacher voice, superintendent's report, 5 minutes, sir? After your 45-minute filibuster. Board chair report, 5 minutes. Call the audience, 60 minutes. Consensus items, again, if we come across something that you would like to pull off and discuss, please feel free. Let's go ahead and go from the beginning, and we'll work our way down. Contract with New Hanover County Sheriff's Office for resource officers.
I have a question about that.
Okay, now's the time to talk about it.
I believe it says there are 11, and I thought there were more in the past. Am I right or am I wrong? Am I missing something? Is this only a partial of the SROs? That's what I was thinking.
Yes, ma'am. This is, well, the sheriff's office provides the other resource officers. We contract for 11.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions on that one? Hearing none, we'll carry on. Manage engine contract with Zoho. Any questions on that? Hearing none. Contracts extending into fiscal, yeah, there we go. That word, that's my favorite word this year. Fiscal year 2026.
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
Yep.
Besides the fact I can't pronounce that word, yes?
I'm trying to pull up to make sure this is right.
I can't get it up.
This is dealing with all the software that the different schools have, is that correct? This is that one?
That's correct. I think there's a subscription in there as well, but mostly that's software.
Okay, and I just wanted to verify, because I noticed there's discrepancies from school, like elementary, middle to middle. Do all of our schools, do they all have the opportunity to, we are purchasing that software for them? For example, IXL. If we offer it to one middle school, then all middle schools would have the opportunity? I just don't see all the schools listed, that's why I'm asking the question.
Yep, sure. So we allocate, we allocate budget to the schools, and the principals get to decide how they spend that budget. And so these are softwares that the schools are choosing to purchase with their budgeted funds.
Okay.
And not everything is going to come to the board. If the software falls within the fiscal year, then it's not required to come to the board because of the dollar amounts being under the threshold. However, the board policy does require contracts extending to the next year. The board has to approve those for us to do that.
Any other questions on that? If not,
She got it.
we'll carry on down. Budget Amendment 2024.
Question?
Go ahead.
My usual question, Ashley. Does this touch the fund balance in any way, going or coming?
It does not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just
Crystal?
ask, how much do we have in fund balance? I mean, because pretty soon we're going to have nothing to even ask that question about.
I'm sticking with my estimate at this point in time at 1.3 million. That's available for use. So it's more around 3 million in total, but 1.3 available for use. We're still going through the audit, so there could be some changes, but as soon as we're done with any year-end type audit adjustments, then of course I'm planning to bring revised fund balance analysis back to the board for conversation.
Okay, carrying on. If there's other questions about budget amendment, school-sponsored clubs and activity fees.
I just love that we're doing family passes at all levels. So I did want to ask for clarity. I know we've talked about cash at gates, and I think something that the schools were talking about doing or suggested to do was to have cash purchases pre-games at your local school. I don't know how that went and if we're going to continue that. It's kind of related to this. But.
So I've got an analysis for you folks, I just haven't gotten it to you in your hands yet, about sort of what the additional cost would be if you wanted to have tickets available for cash purchase at games. Most of the cost of a staff member to run the gate as well as an SRO to man the cash box. So I've got that information for you guys. We would have to then go back and look at adjusting the fees, I think, to compensate for the cost of it. But that's sort of, I've got that analysis for you folks, and it's supposed to be in this week's memo to you guys.
Ms. Fairley?
It was my understanding that we're not only paying a staff member to take gate money, but we're also having to pay for an additional SRO to be on site with the money.
Yeah, that's what I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. It would be the cost of the SRO and the employee.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's all right.
All right, next we have, let's see if there are any more questions on that. The BTSPP plan 2024. I got an extra letter in there, BTSP plan.
Beginning teacher support plan.
Right, yeah, that's the easier way to say it. Ms. Bradford?
What's the quantity of the number of beginning teachers that we have?
So beginning teacher is a term that really goes between year 1 through 3. So we have, gosh, Jen, do you have a better number? I would say about 300.
Yeah, I know we're about 32 that we've hired this year, which is,
This year is lower than normal.
yeah, the normal, just because
But,
of the staffing.
yeah.
Did you say 32 this year? GTs.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask, since this is talking about the support plan, I was going to see about the retention that we have with our year 3 teachers and keeping them to year 4. So I didn't know, you probably wouldn't have that data right now, but I'd like to see kind of that, I mean, payoff is a bad word, but the payoff, if you will, of how we're doing with this. And I know it would only be a reflection from year 3 to year 4, and BT is 1 through 3, so I know the numbers would be the math at all.
And am I correct that we have 2 people on staff that are doing that?
We now actually have 3. We used our Title II money to purchase that third person. This is her second year. Beth Weddington has
Oh,
been
okay,
here for a year.
yeah. Oh, I forgot about her, yeah, 3. Okay.
Any other questions? You're here now? Okay, sorry. All right, carrying on to policy consensus. followed by policy for policy for the first reading, and policies for the second reading. Any questions or concerns?
Yeah, so I think, like I had mentioned to you and to Dr. Barnes, that we need to have an A, B, and a C. A being policy consensus, B being first reading, and C being second reading. Because the policy consensus, if it has things underneath it, we still have to do that.
Ms. Mason?
Additionally, Ms. Brinson asked that we pull one of the policies because there's some changes that, some more changes that we need to make. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up. It was 3220, correct? That we will be pulling from.
Is that out of consensus?
That's out of policy consensus, yes.
Does anybody have a problem with us just lettering policy, the first one being policy consensus A, second being policy consensus, policy for first reading B, and policies for second reading C? Any concern?
That's fine with me.
All right, so let's make it that.
Make it so.
Make it so. Yeah, that's my favorite TV show.
So should we make that 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
I mean, unless there are some that people have concerns about, I would say 10.
10 minutes? Ms. Walker?
So we're looking at the first reading one, right? The one that's the
We'll look at
technology?
all three of those, yeah.
All three sections.
Okay, well, no, I was going to ask questions about the first one.
Go ahead.
It looked like there was a lot of changes, which I don't have any problem with any of the changes. But I had some questions. There's a part in here where they talk about taking pictures, I think. Do we want to reference the law that's getting ready to change at all in that policy, or do y'all want to wait until? The technology one.
Looking at the first reading.
Oh, 3225. Yeah, I apologize. So that one, policy for first reading, which is 3225, 4312, 7320.
And you know that first reading means we only ask questions about it. Yeah. We don't vote on it.
That way we can be thinking about it and whether that's something y'all want to
One of the technologies, we already cycled it back. We're going to bring to approval what's there, but we're going to cycle it back and get it again afterwards. It wasn't that one.
It was the wireless communication device.
3226, yeah.
That one, what we changed on there, basically we're saying that kids aren't supposed to take pictures at all unless it's for instruction and the teacher gives them permission.
Yeah, it's part B on here, recording staff or students without consent is prohibited. And then it goes on to what you just said, they may only for, instructional purposes. I just didn't know, I know the law is changing, we just had somebody come and talk to us about it. I don't know if that should be in our policy or not, I feel like we try and put laws in there.
Change the law.
Know that it matters or not, it should matter. Right.
So that might be something that
Eventually do. And one more question, you took out trademarks and copyrights, was that put somewhere else?
Yes, we were trying to condense
Yeah,
the policy, so yes, it's covered someplace else in one of those other numbers.
Thank you.
Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for speaking that we're sending back 3220. I guess my biggest concern and then we have a presentation about AI today at our information, but when we're rolling out AI, do we have the technology to support our staff to assist with plagiarism? Because I know it's a different format than just, putting it through and saying, hey, did you copy and paste? Because small tweaks. So I don't know if it's an appropriate time to ask since knowing it's coming back. But when I was reading through that policy, that was a concern. But I didn't know if we.
So, yeah, there's got a couple different ways. So I know like our IB program, they use the program Turnitin. And there is some AI detection in that. But the state and other resources will tell you also to be careful when it comes to that AI detection and just don't take it at face value. You really need to ask the questions of the student and okay, so Johnny turned his report in, he never turned in the outline or the different incremental steps, he just all of a sudden turned to the complete step. Or you haven't seen revisions and stuff. You have to ask those questions before you just take the AI's term and say, okay, child had copied from AI. So that education is what we were doing, and I actually had a conversation last week with the IB teacher at Hoggard, and she's already been doing that process.
Well, I guess that's what my question is, though. If we're rolling out policy district-wide, I want to ensure that we have that support for all of our staff in place prior to it rolling out, like not specifically to the IB program.
Yes, no, I believe every high school purchases Turnitin. It's not just the IB that uses it, but that's a school purchase. There is training that we are rolling out with this, and which is what's in the policy. The policy says that, we are going to allow teachers and students to use it. We're going to teach teachers how to use it to make their life easier as a teacher. We're going to train teachers how to use it as far as instructionally, and it's basically K-12 instruction that's going to happen, as well as even, our classified staff, because there are some benefits to them as well.
Great.
And so it's my understanding that we're going to address some of those things when Dr. Hudson gives her presentation today.
That is correct.
Yes. And then all the principals have already gotten a preview of this from the summer leadership. And
Those that went to that session, yes, they
well,
did.
there was 2 different ones. and-
Correct.
Which were, just FYI, they were very good and very interactive, and everybody got to ask a lot of good questions. So, but that's what Dr. Hudson's going to be like talking to us about today, right?
Yes, both her and Josh Bailey will be doing that
Okay, I didn't see him
presentation.
sitting back
And
there.
and we did share resources with principals actually on AI last year during
Yeah.
the principals meeting as well.
Thank you.
We'll just let you know we're talking about policies. We're in the policy section.
Thank you, I'll get your wife to get a new car.
Good, good. I need one. Thank you. Any other discussions or questions about any of the policies? Hearing none, we'll carry on. So we have allotted, we said 10 minutes, 10 minutes for policies. Old business,
Only 10? Oh, okay, I put 15. In case
old
we-
business, we have, Ms. Walker? Yeah. Well, either old or new. I guess. We talked about it before, so. So, yeah. Let's put it under old business.
What topic is this we're talking about?
Women's, girls, women's wrestling.
Yes, we'll have that ready for you.
And Mr. Morgan's, Dr. Morgan's actually here today, so.
How much time on that?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
I don't know how other folks, I don't know how other folks feel about the New Hanover High. I get a lot of questions about it, and I know we have a website.
What was the topic? I didn't hear.
New Hanover High
Okay.
School. Whether or not we can get a regular update on our meetings, like every meeting.
And I shared, I was listening to the radio this morning, and there was a comment made that, it's going to be a couple months and it'll be all fixed.
Right.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
not to my knowledge, so that'd be wonderful. But so anyway, I think it is a very important topic, so I'll definitely second that. I would say probably put it under old business again, though,
Yeah,
because
that's old.
it's especially as a recurring topic.
Yeah, so just keeping it on the agenda, just
Yeah,
so we can get
yeah,
that
just
brief
until
update.
it's finished.
Eddie, would you say 10 minutes for an update? Okay.
Are you good with that if we make that a standing addition? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr., can I just ask, what radio station were you listening to? Perhaps Christina needs to reach out.
It was actually 90.5. So, yeah, they said, I was like, oh my goodness.
Okay.
So, anyway, so, okay, we'll carry on. So we had that, and then, I'm going to look at you, because you got one there too.
Mine would be new business, I
New
would
business.
think.
Okay.
We had discussed, the chair and I had sat down with a couple of the individuals on soil and water to kind of discuss some things, some concerns they had about the schools and all of the different things going on. So they asked to present, so it would be sustainability in schools, natural land care added to new business.
In about 15 minutes?
I would say probably about 15 minutes, yes.
15 minutes, Ms. Graybill, for that?
So this is what we're adding to the agenda? Do we need to do a two-thirds vote on that?
Well, we can, it'll be for next week, but we can go ahead and do that if you want to. All in favor of, you make the motion, I'll make the second. All in favor of adding this topic, sustainability in schools, to new business, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0.
Do we need to do that?
Well, we should. I'm gonna back step and do the others then too. All in favor, well, if you make the motion, I will second that, the new Hanover.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to add Hanover High School as a
Okay.
regular standing update.
Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carries 7-0. And
I'll make a motion to add women's wrestling to our agenda under old business.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? Carries 7-0. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, for clarity, is 15 minutes long enough between having the presentation and discussion amongst ourselves? For Ms. Mason's, the Sustainability Committee? I don't believe it is, that's why I'm asking the question.
Okay. I'm fine if we want to make, how long would you think?
I mean, I would rather estimate like 30 minutes and get done sooner if need be, but I don't think that between our presenter and giving them time and letting us ask questions.
I'm good with putting 30 if it's not going to put us over, for sure.
So point of clarity on adding that, I don't mind discussing it. Are we voting on something? Because that needs to be clear on the agenda if,
Yes.
so that we know what we could possibly be voting on.
So the discussion and the request is to create a sustainability committee. And I did send out to the board members so that you could have a chance to look at it. And I believe I forwarded it also to Ms. Bowie to be able to post it, the slideshow and all the information that Mr. Folds had sent to me regarding
When did you
his-
send
his-
that?
Today, just before this.
Okay.
I just sent it, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't want to send it too soon and have everybody be like, what is this? But the request is to develop a sustainability committee. So that would be a discussion and it would be, that would be part of the discussion, I believe.
So are we proposing to make this a board standing committee, a board advisory committee, or a committee of the district that the board members are on?
I think that would be a discussion point.
Okay, because you know that once we do all that, we're going to have to modify
Mhm.
2330.
Yes.
Okay.
So, but I think we can go ahead and, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Abel, move that up to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Please, thank you. Is there anything else we need to add, discuss, as far as,
First, how much is legislative priorities?
well, we're going to go that next.
Okay.
I'm just saying, anything to add before we,
Since we're adding or discussing adding, is this a good time to talk about the CLDA program and the status of that going into the school year starting?
Dr. Barnes?
I can certainly report on that if you want.
Would you like to do that as a separate standalone, or?
I mean, maybe he
Or
can
your-
put it in a superintendent,
Yeah, that's what-
you know, report, but I just think it's important, the school year's
Yeah.
starting, and it's a huge program that we need to all be aware of, and the middle school teachers that aren't seventh grade are going to be affected too, you know, just because it's at their school.
Right. Okay.
May I offer a suggestion to that, rather
ahead.
than trying to tack it on and just have a, why don't we have a spot for it maybe on our September meeting and potentially invite our partners?
That's
to
what I'm
the
asking,
chamber?
the September meeting.
Or the next meeting, if it's not, I don't necessarily, I think, I like the idea of getting input, but if we can invite our
We could
business
invite her.
partners to do that.
We can put her on the agenda to do that.
For next week without giving any notice, I don't think that's fair.
We can ask. I mean, I asked for this to be on the agenda review, but we thought it was not enough time. And you were there listening.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully, I value the partnership that this brings to our seventh graders, and I'd love to hear from our, I just think, kind of throwing them in with a week's notice is a little bit disrespectful. So I would love to hear our partners come in and talk, but maybe it's better suited either at the September agenda review or the October meeting.
If I can make a suggestion, why don't I give an overview during my superintendent's report, and I'll invite them to come to the agenda review week from now, a month from now, and give us a more detailed explanation.
That's fine with me, thank
Okay,
you.
very good. All right, anything else? Now let's go on to legislative priorities. Hello?
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, this will be a discussion for however long we want to. I mean, I would put 30 minutes. If we're done before, great. The suggestions that you all see was a collaboration between what different board members had brought to my attention and different staff members brought to our attention. Prior to the former superintendent being here, we met as a legislative committee. These were the talking points and discussions that we had. So the goal and idea was to bring it before the board to seek approval such that we would in turn turn around and direct the staff to align it with our strategic plan and have a formalized legislative agenda for New Hanover County Schools so that we can potentially plan a legislative day of action and so forth.
Okay, so you said 30 minutes.
I'm going to say 30 minutes, but if we can get it done shorter, sure.
Okay, very good. All right, that carries us down to correspondence, announcements, and then finally adjournment. So, Ms. Craybill, I'm looking back over you. Can you give us an approximate time?
Yeah, I can. Hold on just one sec. I'm going to add in 5 minutes for break.
Yes, please.
In there. And, whoops, not the clock, sorry, wrong button.
Take your time.
3.83 minutes, so button up right to 4 hours.
Okay, all right. Well, that's under 4 hours, so that will be acceptable. Thank you very much. Looking at our today calendar, or today agenda, excuse me. Next on there is closed session. So I would entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11C for the following purposes: to prevent disclosure of the information that's privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C, 402, and not considered public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statute; prevent disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Education Rights Act, and to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, grievance, or by or against any individual employee. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Carry 7-0. We are in closed session.
nothing back there.
Mr. Chairman?
Open session. First motion, you need a motion? Yes, ma'am?
I move that we open the agenda to amend it to add consideration of the interim superintendent's contract.
Okay, I'll second that. All right, we need one, a supermajority to do that.
Is that going to be under old business?
It could go either way. Which would you prefer?
Well, I think it's kind of old.
Okay.
Okay,
It doesn't matter, I'm just wondering where we're going to put it.
put it under old business, what's gonna do it?
Could I make a suggestion that we maybe, since we are getting close to time, that we move it up to right in front of information so that we can just get that
Oh, that's
handled?
perfect.
Okay, so first we need a motion, we have a motion and second. We need to amend the motion, amend the agenda, so, all in favor of amending the agenda to add that, to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That carries 7-0, that is supermajority.
Mr. Chairman?
So, come on now. That does carry 7-0, so,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman,
ma'am?
I move that we approve the interim superintendent's contract with Dr. Barnes with the minor edits that the attorneys have agreed upon to the contract.
Okay, is there a second? We have a second, first and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of approving the contract, the interim superintendent contract, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Carries 7-0. We will carry on with our agenda. Next, we have the AI presentation. Ms. Princeton?
And I have invited Dr. Mary Alice Hudson and Joshua Bailey. They lead our AI implementation team, and so they are going to do this presentation for us.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here to talk to you about generative AI in New Hanover County Schools. I am Mary Alice Hudson, the lead media coordinator for the county.
And I'm Josh Bailey, the curriculum specialist for social studies.
Okay. We are members of a team made up of leaders from technology and digital teaching and learning, as well as instruction and academic accountability. The team has been working for over a year, and with the input of teachers and administrators, we've created guidance documents and a professional development plan to support the implementation of generative AI within our district. For those who are unfamiliar, generative AI is a tool that falls under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. It is pre-trained with a data set that it uses to analyze human communication patterns to create new resources such as text, images, video, audio, and code. If you're excited about the possibilities of the future of Gen AI for education and our students, or if you have concerns, we're right there with you. And we've spent the last year thinking through and addressing the great benefits and the potential risks surrounding this for our students and our teachers.
So the question we ask is like, why is Gen AI matter? Why is it important? Since the launch of ChatGPT in November of 2022, the world has seen an exponential increase in the use of generative AI for education, professional, and personal use. In its first 5 days alone, ChatGPT surpassed over 1 million users, making it the fastest growing web program in history. This growth has had a dramatic impact on the future of work. These graphs are from the 2024 Work Trend Index annual report from Microsoft and LinkedIn. This data represents now, not the future. The most important information here is that a majority of business leaders surveyed, over 66%, said they would not hire someone with AI who lacked AI skills today. We need to make sure our students are learning to use generative AI appropriately, responsibly, and safely to better prepare them for a quickly changing future. This has been the mission of this team. We've worked and will continue to work to increase staff comfort and understanding with generative AI so that they can do the same for our students. Generative AI is going to be part of our future. It's not something we can ignore, and it's something we need to learn to harness for good. To support this, we have helped teachers to utilize the power of AI to support their work in planning and productivity.
So the formation of the New Hanover County Schools Generative AI team occurred during the summer of 2023 in response to the release of ChatGPT. Our first mission was to create a stance for the county and to begin offering PD related to Gen AI. As you can see on the slide, that is the path we have followed since then, which has led us to the development of the 3 documents included in your packet. Throughout this process, we've solicited feedback from multiple stakeholders, including the Educational Technology Advisory Committee, or ETAC, which is made up of teachers and administrators, as well as the AI Ambassador Group, which is made up of volunteer members representing all of our secondary schools and most of our elementary schools, and also district leaders and school administrators during the summer leadership retreat.
Which leads us to the 3 documents that we're here to share with you today. The first is an overview of the New Hanover County Schools stance for artificial intelligence use. New Hanover County Schools' stance on generative AI is designed to empower staff and students to utilize Gen AI in a way that increases learning and productivity. To protect student data and ensure alignment with curriculum, only approved tools should be utilized, and all terms and conditions, including age and parent permission requirements, must be followed. It's imperative that NHCS staff and students do not enter confidential or personally identifiable information into AI tools. Sharing confidential or personal data with any AI system violates a person's privacy. Teachers do not have to be experts, but should have an understanding of the appropriate use of Gen AI tools and follow, model, and explicitly teach best practices for Gen AI use. Syllabi, rubrics, and course descriptions are appropriate ways to communicate expectations on the use of Gen AI tools to parents and students. Students will follow teacher expectations according to each individual course syllabus or assignment rubric. Students will not rely solely on content generated by Gen AI tools, but rather use these tools as a resource to support their learning. Students will correctly cite the usage of Gen AI tools in content generation and to avoid plagiarism. Students will not utilize Gen AI tools as a substitute for completing assignments. New Hanover County Schools Board Policy 4310, Integrity and Civility, addresses plagiarism and cheating. These standards of conduct are unchanged in the era of Gen AI. Students should be taught how to use Gen AI tools appropriately and be held to the high standard in which they're expected to demonstrate integrity, civility, responsibility, and self-control. For our guidance document, the New Hanover County Schools guidance on the use of generative AI in our schools is aligned with guidance from NCDPI and is designed to guide our students, staff, and school communities in the appropriate and responsible use of Gen AI tools for classroom instruction, school management, and system-wide operations. This document outlines potential benefits for education as well as risks that must be thoughtfully managed. As you can see in the table of contents, this document is a comprehensive summary of Gen AI use in NHCS schools. This document should be used to make determinations related to the use of Gen AI in classrooms or other roles within the district.
The New Hanover County Schools Gen AI implementation team also created a PD plan for the 2024-25 school year that you should have in your packet. It's aligned with New Hanover County Schools policies and recommendations from NCDPI to make staff the most effective and confident users of Gen AI in their roles within the district. The plan is intended to meet current needs as well as lay the foundation for continued growth in this area in the coming years. In accordance with proposed changes to Policy 3220, all New Hanover County Schools employees will be required to complete training related to New Hanover County Schools Gen AI guidance and stance, as well as the effective, safe, and ethical use of Gen AI. Throughout the 2024-25 school year, we will add Gen AI training to our digital on-demand courses. These courses will highlight specific Gen AI tools and resources aimed at productivity for all teachers and classroom integration for secondary students. The Gen AI team will provide additional information about these training sessions in the coming months. And I guess we welcome your questions if you have any.
Board members, any questions? Ms. Walker.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'll say it's here. We can't stop it. We got to embrace it. Second of all, you said staff and students are prohibited from entering confidential or personally identifiable information. It said it violates person's privacy. How do you stop that? And is there a law backing that, or?
Education is the way you stop it, just the same you know, just by teaching students and staff to be responsible and protect their own information.
And the reason you're putting in the AI piece personally, is it because they're going to take that and make it part of the greater AI realm?
Becomes part of the data set that then could be reproduced. So you don't want to put your own in, you don't want to put anyone else's in either.
Okay, thank you.
Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, I kind of voiced this earlier, and I'm assuming this is part of why the policy got pulled back and further, is the tools that we have for our staff when they are utilizing it to ensure that we are not having students plagiarize, which I know has the concern. I'm going to bring some of these comments. It's a pro and con for different reasons. I think it is going to allow our staff to be able to scaffold with our students on a one-to-one basis, which is ideally the goal in every situation. So we're able to essentially clone their knowledge and utilize for every single student at the same time. So that part is very exciting. But I just want to know what kind of tools that we are purchasing, that sort of thing, to help before we're rolling out. And I love to hear the thought process and the input, but to help our staff as they're utilizing this, because when they come to a point, they say, I think the student might be cheating, and, you know, just, yeah.
So first of all, you know, a lot of it is training. You know, we're not buying any one tool because there is no tool out there right now that can say with 100% certainty or even with 80% certainty that a student is using information from an AI source. As a matter of fact, we've had instances both at, you know, our level as well as the university level where students were accused of using AI when they found out that they actually weren't. So the piece of it is more about the education piece, and it's about training teachers on how to do their assignments different. It's not about the end result, it's more about the process. And I'll let you guys add.
I was going to say to that is about what they're asking, the questions, and the rigor and the critical thinking process with the questions. So that's going to be the major training for teachers, is to make sure what we're asking students to produce looks different.
Anytime you add higher order thinking skills or the 4 C's where you're creating, you know, collaborating, all of those things reduce the opportunity to use it inappropriately.
One of our first sessions that we provided to teachers at our Gen AI Summit was how to teach students when is it appropriate to use generative AI, how to properly cite it and source it, and how to develop assignments that are resistant to the use of AI so that they encourage students to show their process through things versus being able to resort to something that is simple enough to put into an AI system.
So it's my understanding that there is a way to like put a document into like an AI checker, and you get some percentage back that says this was 99%, you know, AI, and maybe I'm just getting that from Abbott Elementary, but when everybody was AIing their colleague on the email, but I've been in like 3 different, you know, presentations from 3 different organizations, and that is. Plagiarism was my biggest concern too, but with the training, there's ways to do that. So is there a way that perhaps we could be included in some sort of training so that we understand clearly what's going on? Because after you see it, and I was hoping that maybe you might just put like something up there and type in a prompt question like we did at the Leadership, you know, Institute, because that was very helpful, you know, on some of the things you get back. And then the Khan Academy, are we going to be using that? Because and I'm asking that question because when we typed in something there, the answer came back that I'm not giving you the answer to this math question or whatever, you're going to have to try this theorem, you know, so there's a way to engage students better.
There's a part of Khan that is free, you know, and we'll be using that. The partnership that we were hoping to be able to do was in the budget that didn't necessarily pass completely, so that kind of is on hold or fell through, or we're hoping it still happens, but at this point, it's not.
Because I signed up for an account and I get something like every day. You know, I'm in there practicing on my, you know, AI stuff, but.
Other questions, Bradford?
Just out of curiosity, what was the dollar amount of that that was in the budget but didn't make it?
It wasn't in our budget because we weren't paying anything. It was actually coming from a General Assembly, so it wasn't in our budget at all.
I mean, I've been following it, and I just have really serious concerns. Plagiarism is a very real problem in my world, and it's going out across all of the legacy media just very rapidly. And if professionals can't be held to the accountability, how can we expect a young person who hasn't completely fully developed to adhere to that standard? So my concern is really great. And then there's, I mean, look at just the definition. It recognizes the patterns in human writing and creation, then it mimics those patterns to create new content based on. So this thing is just, it's a pretty big can of worms. And I'm just concerned. I'm really concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My other question will be like leveling with our students and just age range. And so I don't know what kind of thought has been given to that, because I know on the teacher side that looks very different to be able to utilize it for your courses, and then the student side being able to use it. So I don't know if this is going to be pre-K through 12 or what we're target focused.
Yeah, so we have highlighted specific programs for our teachers for the kindergarten through 5th grade level, focusing on teacher productivity and kind of focusing on their ability to use it to produce better work for themselves. And then for the middle school level is kind of the first place where we're introducing students to how to properly use it, how to recognize its use, how to make sure you're using it responsibly and safely. And then at the high school level, actually encouraging that use through modeling and through teacher direction. And most of that is tied to the fact that the terms and conditions of most AI programs limit their use to anybody 13 or older, with some of them even kind of higher than that, so they're limited to teachers. But thanks to the partnership kind of with the resources from NCDPI, they have outlined very explicitly what AI literacy looks like at the elementary level, the middle school level, and the high school level, and have provided some really awesome resources for how to help students understand and the risks and the benefits of AI without ever actually touching or using it themselves, so they can explore it in a safe environment.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That's not to stop them from using it at home, just like banning a cell phone, or banning a book. You have access outside of the school realm. So it behooves us to, I think, to teach our students how to use a technology that is not going away. Because if we were to ban it, I don't know how we would ban it, because you have so much access to it other places. But a training session for us that you've done for the teachers would be really helpful, because you did a very good job in running through exercises and putting in the personal information and having it go, and create a picture of yourself. So there's a lot of nuances. I think the more that we hear it and see it and play with it and practice with it, it's a good tool, and like we said, it's not going away.
Anything else? If not, thank you very much. Thank you for coming today. Appreciate it. It has been brought to my attention that, once again, I sprinted on down the road and missed our consensus item, so I will need a motion to accept the personnel report.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, all in favor of accepting the personnel report as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed. Carries 7-0. Next on the list is board norms. Dr. Barnes and I have talked a little bit about this. We have just under an hour right now, and I think it's going to take a little bit more time than that. There was a discussion about setting a workshop, a work session, excuse me, not workshop, a work session to go over board norms and further discuss them. Correct, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to address one of them now, because the last one on the list, I would like to strike it with a motion now, because it says we will schedule appointments with principals when we want to visit schools. And that's been a big point of contention. When I did my orientation in central office, we were told that we could not go to the schools without making an appointment through the central office. This board norm passed in a not an unanimous vote in January 2023, says we will contact principals. I suspect very few board members adhere to this in any way, shape, or form, but when I did it, I felt guilty because I knew the board had adopted this policy. So I would move that we strike that last one right now so that we're not bound by breaking a board norm when we go to the schools tomorrow.
Dr. Bunch, will you thoughts on that, sir?
Well, I think, I'll speak as, I guess, what am I now, interim superintendent?
Yes, you are.
I'm comfortable with you visiting schools whenever you like. My ask is, or the reason why I think this may have been in there, is because if we're doing BOG testing, if we're doing access testing, it might be a good idea for you to know that something's happening in a school before you go there. I have talked to, certainly not every single principal. People are more than welcome to have you in schools, have you visit. I think as a board norms as a whole, I think it would be nice for us to sit down in a work session and process them all. I think for me, as long as we remember, if you see something of a concern, that is directed back to me, not to the principal or not to people in the school building. But you obviously heard during the town hall that teachers and principals want to see you in buildings. I think being in there to listen is what the name of the game is. That's certainly what I'm doing.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McManus.
Have there been any complaints about board members visiting the school?
Truthful. Truth or dare.
Is silence acknowledgement?
I think that if we are going to change the stigma about the feeling of retaliation, I think having people in schools more often in a listening framework, I think helps that, doesn't hurt it. If that answers that question.
What I have heard, I mean, a lot of times I try and just send an email, that I'm coming, or can I come, or I heard you're doing something fun, can I come? But a lot of principals, well, if you show up to the building and the principal's not there, then you've got, your AP or some other designee that needs to go. So, I mean, I'm okay with, not doing that, but there's a lot of reasons why the principals would just appreciate a heads up that that I'm going to be out and about doing errands. I might make it by your school today. Is that okay? Or will you be available? But if you don't care to see the principal, that an AP would work. But I think principals would like to know if we come in and we start walking into classrooms. And if we are taking pictures, of things that might be in classrooms, or making, comments, to teachers. So I think it's a courtesy. I don't know if it has to be hard and fast, and like I said, I would strike it out, but I think we need to be courteous and respectful, because there are principals that think when we show up, it's an I gotcha moment, that we're looking for something specifically. And so that's the only reason. But some principals are more comfortable than others. That's.
Mr. McManus?
I visit schools, and I've never walked in the door and walked down the hall without going in the office first and being
Well, you can't.
acknowledged.
They shouldn't let you in.
And if they say, or he's in a meeting, I'll get him. I said, no, I've never pulled anyone out. I say, I'll come back, and I leave. I'd like to think no one's ever complained about me. Matter of fact, I think they enjoy it because I've cut up with them. I have a good time. Never judge, never critical, never say a negative thing. I just love to walk the halls. But I go straight to the office. And if the principal's not there, I'm trying to think if an AP's ever walked me around. I don't ask for that. But, so I feel like they like it. And if you're going there to make a problem, that's a different story.
Bradford?
I visited a number of schools last week, and every principal said to me, you drop in anytime. They didn't want me to drop into a classroom without going through the office. I think that's pretty much an understood thing. I didn't ask because, of course, I would do that. But the perception from the climate survey and the perception that I took away from the public meeting here was drop in anytime, and we're upset with you because you haven't been doing that. So that's my goal here, is to reverse that rapidly. And I know from the visits that I've made that they were thrilled to see me when they saw me. And I did get in front of principals, and they loved it. Everybody just loved it. It was across the board a really welcoming situation. And I don't like being restricted by something because I'm a rule follower. I don't like being restricting from something that says I shouldn't do this unless I do it in the way somebody else sets it out. When the principals and the teachers have told me, drop in anytime.
Okay, we have a motion in front of us. Is there a second?
Sure, second.
Second, okay. Any other discussion? If not, Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll, please? This motion is again to strike the last part, and then we'll go back to the other part and set up the whole meeting on the norm. But to strike schedule appointments with principals when you want to visit schools. Ms. Bowie?
Miss Mason,
Yes.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
Miss Barnhart,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Miss Craybill,
Yes.
and Miss Bradford.
Yes.
Okay, passes 7-0. I will get with Ms. Bowie in the next day or two and get a tentative time to have a 2-hour board norm discussion workshop. We can start it now, but I mean, we'll get halfway through and then we won't get to the other things. So I think that would be the best way to handle that. Would you agree, Dr. Barnes?
I do, and I don't feel like I gave a strong enough answer. You can go to any school anytime and see good instruction happening with kids. If a principal tells you, hey, now's not a good time, please respect that if there's something specific going on at the school, testing or something like that.
Well, and I'll be honest, I've done that, and in fact, I walked, I'm not going to use the gentleman's name, but one of our leading principals actually was at a former school in New Hanover County, and I walked in the door and I said, hey, if this is not a good time, I'll come back another time, and he said, hey, I trust you, just walk around the thing, and that's because I had been into his school several times, so I think that's a good thing, that level of trust, and if he had said, nope, now's not a good time, I have a thing I got to deal, I would have gone back and just gone to another school. So I think that's the way we should handle it. Yes, ma'am.
So I emailed the whole board, while we were at break, some other documents to consider. That this one that is sitting right here is what we did adopt 6-1 at the January 10th, 2023 board meeting. So this is what we currently are agreeing to. But in the other ones, I sent a document on the NCSBA has on guidelines on how to work with divided boards, an NCSBA document on board self-assessments, self-evaluations that I would like to recommend that we all at least look at before we come back with board norms so that we can take to heart that in addition to working condition survey, the climate survey, the town hall information. And I forget what the fourth one was that I sent. But they're all documents that we have been, that they're there or that we've been living with. So I would like to expand board norm. Oh, one of them was Robert's Rules of Order, some suggested board norms, that Robert's Rules is the book that Ms. Bradford, had ordered for us was this thick. The book that we got from Tanis Nelson in the first one was this thick. Then there are a lot of rules that only apply to, that apply best to small boards. And we are considered a small board. Some of the formality and the things that we do are not necessary. But I think that if there's anybody, if any of us have a specific Robert's Rule thing that we need to talk about, I think now would be the time to do that, so that we are all on the same page on when we're using what. Like, speak before, somebody, don't speak twice until somebody else. But some of them we don't do consistently. So I think that we should take a look at that, and maybe we can get some guidance from our attorneys on norms that are best for small boards and not for the GEs of the world having their corporate, meeting, because there's 7 of us. And so we don't need some of the formality that Robert's rules in general have. So that would be my suggestion to include in that workshop. But I appreciate the opportunity to have that workshop.
Awesome, thank you, ma'am.
I was going to say, let's postpone this discussion until the regular meeting workshop date that you get us.
Right, that's what we're going to do, okay?
Well, he's going to set the agenda, so I wanted to get that
Yeah.
as a
Okay.
consideration.
Yes,
A comment on that? Respectfully, this last month of meetings has been very, very hard on me as a full-time employee of a company with responsibilities. And so I would really appreciate it if we'd be very, very sensitive to the fact that schools are opening. We have things that we need to do. We need to go with the things that we need to do, and we don't clog our calendar up with these meetings. I'm responsible. I have made it to every single meeting except the one that I was sick for. I have not missed any, but my sense of responsibility keeps me into that. But I am neglecting my business because this board is having so many meetings. And so I want you to be respectful of the fact that not everybody is retired and not everybody has a full-time schedule. They can just devote to the board and be respectful of that when we make all these meeting schedules, please.
Okay, and speaking of which, we're going to carry on to the next one, which is joint meeting of finance, capital, and bond committees. Actually, Ms. Bradford, you brought that.
I did.
You brought that forward.
Sorry. I did.
So please, would you share with us your thoughts on
Well,
that?
I went back and I did some history of this board and the boards before, and it turns out in 2018, there were 4 newcomers to the school board: Stephanie Adams, Judy Justice, Nelson Boulier, and Bill Rivenbart. And they joined Lisa Estep, who was elected in 2012, David Warpman, who was elected in 2016, Jeanette Nichols, 2000, Kavanaugh and Don Hayes were 2000, and Bruce Shell, and they were not returned to the board. And amid fierce outrage over the multiple cases of sexual abuse by teachers against children, 10-year Superintendent Tim Markley resigned after a nearly 6-hour closed session February 7, 2020. Led by Chair Lisa Estep, the board hired the former superintendent in July 2020 from a pool of 39 applicants, or candidates, after a 5-month process. Moving from out of state, his first day on the job was September 1, 2020. There's a reason for this.
Are you talking about the joint meeting of finance, capital, and bond?
Oh, no, actually, I'm talking about the other
Okay,
one.
yeah, that's what, I didn't know where that was.
I'm on D.
Okay, well, we're only on C.
Okay.
We're on C.
Oh, okay, the joint meeting.
Yeah.
That goes back to where I was going with this. So leaving the history aside for now, we just came through an unbelievably poor budget process where we terrorized the entire staff. We gave the news media an enormous amount of things to get clickbait with, and it was terrorizing for everyone. So before, looking forward, I know that comes up really quick, I want to put some things in place so that we don't have that nightmare again. I've done 2 of them so far. Board member Walker says it was that way before we got here, and so I want to sit down and make some plans for that we don't end up in that same mess again. And I think it would be really good if we have steps in place that we deal with now before we hire a new superintendent, so we don't give them a budget process that was just downright terrible. So if we have a joint meeting of finance, capital, and bond, we can knock out a number of things. That one, we can at least express how we feel about the bond process. And again, this goes into what I want to propose. I think we need a little help with the bond process. I think we need a little help with the budget process, and I have a proposal for that. I sent it to all of you this morning. You should have that, a part of it. But we need to be proactive on these things. We're hearing all of the pushback on the Capitol with New Hanover. We need to get out in front of it instead of constantly running behind the bus. That's my thought in having that meeting. I don't want to have it this week. I don't want to have it next week. But I think we should have one. We should get it on the schedule.
Ms. Walker?
I agree. I didn't think about putting the finance on there, but I think a few of us have talked about doing the bonds and the capital together, because we're even thinking about getting a bond, and we don't want to leave it to the last minute. One, because there's several processes we have to go through, but also we got a lot to talk about when it comes to our capital needs. And, you know, I know all the years I've been on this board, we've gotten that book from Eddie that has, you know, all ranked in order of what's important. Honestly, the more you leave it, the more important it becomes. And we got money removed from our budget. I mean, that might tie us into a segue into having like a joint meeting, which I think we really, really need to do when it comes to capital, because statutorily, you know, they're our partner and they're responsible to help us with that. And it's not something we can do on our own. We need them to help guide us on that. I think we tried the last time and we kind of just got pushed down over it, you know, convenient, like, oh, it never really got followed up through. And I get it, it was very close timeline, but me, you think 2 years to get on a ballot, how long is it going to take after that? And we have so many needs. I agree.
Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with having a joint meeting. I also agree with the timeline Ms. Bradford mentioning. So if we even had this September, October, but I think it would behoove the board to understand the full scope, both the capacity needs that we have in different areas of our county, as well as the restoration needs that we can talk about, that we can help present that to the county commissioners, because it's not, yes, they are responsible, but we need to have a good handle on what that timeline is for the next 3 to 5 year plan. That's part of the discussion. I'm looking at my 2 layers shaking my head, because part of the discussion in the legislative committee had talked about some of the capital needs of our community, and I don't think that we can do it justice without coming together and really nailing out the board's priorities, so that when we go into a bond process in 2026, it's a full direction given to the county commissioners. And I think that we have to come together for a board first prior to approaching the county commissioners.
Dr. Barnes?
I'd also like Eddie and our folks to be a part of sharing with you what those look like as well. I was wondering if you're going to build a work session anyway to do the board norms. I wonder if, Eddie, could we pull together and share with them some of the stuff that she's talked about as well? Because it even goes to my thinking about getting our roofs on a replacement schedule, get our HVACs on a replacement schedule, so we can begin to get ahead of not chasing the emergency when it's happening. And I think Eddie's already done a lot of that work together, so if you wanted to merge those two together, we may be able to sit down and have that conversation.
Written down, guys.
Did I
It's
say
in the
that
book.
right, Eddie?
Yes, sir.
So,
Ms.
Ms.
Graybill.
Bradford, would you resend that email, because I didn't get one today from you. All I got was superintendent search.
Sure. Okay. I looked the same thing, with the super search in there, and then I looked for something.
Yeah, there was a Google thing that wouldn't open.
Okay, we'll have them resend. Okay, so I'm hearing from the board that we'll have, and I think, and from Dr. Barnes, that we'll have a joint meeting of the finance, capital, and bond. And please just, because I don't have my list in front of me, who is on any one of those three? That's pretty much the whole board, isn't it? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I think
maybe
the same
not.
people are on all those committees.
Okay, so the three.
Finance.
Yeah, I think you're on bond.
Okay, then.
You are now.
Well, okay, well, so we'll have, so all of us could be together in the morning, and then, then some of us can come back after lunch. Okay, we'll work on that. Our next is the search firm
D.
options for superintendent.
Can I pick up where I left off?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Remember, we only have
I know.
35 minutes.
But this is important history because, there were 39 candidates. It took 5 months. Moving from out of state, his first job was September 1. Chair Lisa Estep resigned that same week. Stephanie Adams filled the remainder of the Estep's term as chair. She stayed on the board. Walker, Crable, and McManus, I'm shortening this not by being rude. I have your full names typed out here. You were elected November 3rd, 2020. Pete was appointed to fill Rivenbark's half term. So we had new board members sworn in December. Adams was reelected as chair. Declaring that you had been robbed, at least 2 of the 2024 board members complained bitterly that they had no voice in selecting the superintendent who had been on the job just 2 to 3 months. That board was so dysfunctional, Adams chose not to run again, calling it a nightmare. Justice Nelson Boulier were defeated by newcomers, Barnhart, Bradford, Mason, and Wildeboer coming back, elected to return to the board. Now we're 4 years later, And we're facing a very similar situation.
2 years later.
Yeah, it is. Golly. Time flies when you're having so much fun.
Bless you. Bless you.
So the November 5th election is 70 days from today. There's no way we can responsibly attract and interview and hire a new superintendent by the time we have new board members. And there's no point in traveling at a fevered pitch. And if we did, the new board would have the right, whoever they are, to complain bitterly as well. So couple that with, we've just come through an exhausting 6 months where we had a major uproar over the renewal of the superintendent's contract, the Mosley School budget deficit fiascos, culminating with the bomb of the independent climate survey. That hit us hard. So I put it to you, the district needs a period of calm, a period of peace, as we regained our footings under the capable hands of Dr. Barnes leading the district to work out a few things before we begin the process for the new superintendent. We need to get the schools open and squared away. That should be our most important focus today in this next couple of weeks. We still have the climate survey and the budget shortfall. So I have two separate proposals that we've calculated the net gain per month that we're at right now with the change of 3 employees going down to 2 employees for a temporary period. And we've heard that that estimate is $14,600 per month. So if we can apply those funds to offset the cost of 3 different initiatives, hiring through our board attorney, a consultant firm to evaluate and advise on finance and budget and the board's role in budget so the district is ready when we get to a permanent superintendent. We're ready. They don't inherit a whole bunch of baggage there. And I propose that we interview the consulting firms that are on, that I emailed you, and if you didn't get it, if it didn't come through, there's a highly recommended school board operations consulting service headquartered in New Bern. We can interview as many consulting firms if you want, but I would like that one to be included. The lead partner's expertise in finance in school boards is just phenomenal. And just a side note, Dr. Michael Pretty is a part of that consulting team. That's number 1. Number 2, hired through our board attorneys, a second consultant, not unlike someone like Dr. Stuart Hobbs, on the direction on how to select our next superintendent. He is an expert at that. He understands national search firms, local search firms, and consulting. And so if we hire 2 consultants, we have the funds that we can do it. We can get parallel tracks going, finance and budget, the process for superintendent, so that we don't get out over our skis on this thing. On top of that, Dr. Hobbs has done bond, and he's built 19 schools, if I remember what he said, so that's a lot of expertise that we could use. We could hire him. I don't know the term, that part I'm not thought through. I just think we need some consulting that will help. There's a bonus, if Dr. Barnes was interested in it, that he does do mentoring with newly hired superintendents. On top of that, as we move forward, if we're going with a national search firm, that money can also come out of this. But we don't need just to jump out there and hire a national search firm without sitting down and talking about the process and talking with people who have done it, so that we don't get out over the tips of our skis. So those are my 2 proposals for today.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you make
Just for
2 separate
discussion.
motions, and then we'll
Yeah,
discuss.
but you can talk for like 5 minutes. I mean, I'd like to answer some of that without a motion on the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, it's only fair.
Sure.
Honestly, I think, as one of the senior board members that have been here the longest, I do understand the whole discussion of not rushing and, letting the next board hire. I get that part. But I've been here long enough to at least have a big say in it. And I think it's only fair to let this current board do as much as possible before this new board gets here. And it's fair to let the other board members or the new board do it. But I won't be quiet about it. I don't think we should rush it, and I don't think it's realistic to get it done before the election. At the same time, I'm not going to give away my right to be a big part of the search. And I think that's only fair since I was a part of this board and what happened recently. So I will just say that. I wanted to say my piece on that. I didn't put a ton of thought into firms and all this mess, but hopefully we can come up with a good timeline. I think we've already promised that we're not going to sit on our hands on this, and remember, people are watching. They want to trust that we are doing this in the right way, and then we're not going to just drag it out. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Graybill?
Yeah, so I was the one who brought this forward, that I thought that we should be, maybe I wasn't the only one, I was one of the ones that brought this forward, is that I believe that we need to, just like we did with in selecting the interim superintendent, the intent there is to hire an interim that gets the house ready for the new guy or the new girl, to come in and do that. So why would this board not feel incumbent upon doing the same thing? That what we had originally talked about was getting information from several search firms. We can do that now. We don't need to wait for a new board to come to interview search firms. The NCSBA and national search firm, national or local, however that works, but I think we all agreed that we wanted to do a national search. And so there are multiple companies that can do that for us. So it's recommended that you post the job for anywhere from 5 to 6 weeks. So why can't we start working on some of the criteria based on what we heard at town halls, based on what we heard from the principals when we went and talked to them? We have all of that data, and everybody's got an opinion on it. So why can't we now come forward and put together a list? We can, when we were hiring for the Dr. Markley way back when, the board put out a survey to the community. What are you looking for in the superintendent of schools? So we can pull that one back up and look at it as a starting point, come up with our own criteria, so we can start gathering that information. And the new board, all those people that are running are perfectly capable and welcome to put their input in as well, so that we're gathering all that. Orange County just hired their superintendent in 3 months, 2.5 months. Wake County hired theirs in 3.5 months. So, and I'm not saying to push that, let's do it in 3.5 months, but I'm just saying it does not have to take that long. And we did just approve a contract, right? So it will be public knowledge shortly. So in that contract, we agreed that the contract, the salary with Dr. Barnes would go up if we still had him in place January 2025, which is fair. So that should automatically put us on a timeline to start thinking, not selecting, but to get the ball rolling down, or the train rolling down the track. That we're not stepping on the toes of the new people coming in, we're just getting the process going, and we also haven't spent any money hiring consultants to do that. We can reach out if we feel like we need that help. But I just don't think that, I think that we should get started in a very organized way, using our legal, team to help us, like they did getting us, the interim superintendent.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to speak for myself. Part of the things that we're looking for, I take offense to the fact that we're sitting on our hands, because that's not the case. So criteria, I would like to see a nationwide search firm for our superintendent. I would like to see it be open for a few months. I would like to collect not only town hall feedback from our staff, but also the public, just like my colleague has said here. I don't think anybody has put a timeline on when or it's not going to happen, because our job is to select the best candidate. First, we have to create an application pool. So I think we're throwing out some frustrations, and I'm going to try to redirect of what we want to see here. That was my thinking of the search firm options for superintendent, what we're trying to do. And if I'm incorrect, please, Mr. Chairman, direct me in the right direction. Are we trying to
outline the criteria of what we'd like to see in the process for the search for the superintendent.
I would say so, yes.
Okay, so I would like to see a nationwide search. I would like to see us collectively reach out to our community and our educators, not just educators, but our whole staff. I would like to potentially look into the option of a consultant firm to see if we can do more with what we're at. But those are the criteria that I'd like to see now. I do not think this needs to be rammed through on any specific timeline, but it also doesn't need to happen next week. So I would think that we would meet together with a list of questions that we'd like to ask the superintendents that we get in the application pool. I would like to know if the board would like to see a specific number of applicants prior to selection. I think that's important for us to discuss too. Do we want to, if we only receive 5, is that good enough for us to select from, or do we want to have at least a certain amount of people that apply? Things like that. I thought that's what we're trying to discuss right now.
And I would like to add, I'm going to jump in for you, and then I'll go afterwards. But, you know, I also think that the town hall, like we did the last town hall, which I think was very effective, and we heard from our staff, I think we should do a similar town hall with the community. And, you know, and have not, you know, that's all we're talking about, but at least one table where we're hearing, just like we did the last town hall, which I thought was very effective, you know, on exactly what they want to hear. You know, and I don't mean that's the end all be all. I think Ms. Beam can, you know, we can work with her, and maybe we can have some kind of a way that the general public, if they can't be there at town hall, because you can't have everybody here at one time, but, you know, that they could, you know, also get information that could add to that wealth of knowledge for us and stuff. So I think that we do want to hear from the community and, you know, and folks, as well as our educators. So, Mr. McManus.
Well, briefly, thank you. That's what I was going to say. I think, with agreement with everybody, we need to start the process.
Mm-hmm.
I do think we need to involve this time, as we heard very loudly, quickly, but we heard a great deal input from our staff, and I believe we should have a student input as well. Now, students don't get to vote, I didn't mean that, but they do have input. So in this process, somewhere we need somehow to have a selectivity, some type of design, so that we have people who are involved in it from the beginning. That way they have a vested interest. And if you're vested in something, you usually support it in the final decision, even if it's not the exact person or whatever, that you want it. I really think that's important for the success of this board for the years to come, as well as the good that's starting to come from us listening. And so I really think that we need to involve a lot of people in this. Absolutely. A lot. That's going to be tough. At least somebody representing the faculty, the administration, and students. I really do. I hope.
Ms. Bradford?
I would like to make a motion about consultants. We have never hired a permanent superintendent. We have our one experience of having hired an interim and an acting, which is not, in my opinion, enough experience for me to feel comfortable in that process when I've got the entire county depending on me to make my one vote be the most important vote. So we have experts in our state. We have, you know, that have done it multiple times that could share with us the processes. They share with us, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And so I do make a motion to hire 2 different consulting firms. And we can do a selection process on the financial, or you can look at this thing from these guys that Dr. Pretty works with. Dr. Pretty's not the financial guy. But they said, I listened to a webinar and then I called, and I actually think maybe one of the attorneys might have spoken to them, but they said they have never worked with the school district where they didn't find money that was on the table to improve the lot of the school district from thousands to millions. I think it would behoove us to do that. I really do. And at the same time, some of us have familiarity with Dr. Stuart Hobbs. He has the architectural component to help in advising us about, you know, schools and bonds and so on. I think we could run those 2 tracks and we'd be a lot further at the end of that than we are sitting here reinventing the wheel. Why not get advice from people who have been down this road before us and done it successfully? Because we've never done it before. So I do make that motion.
I do want to remind everyone that I don't think we can just hire somebody. I think we would have to put an RFPQ.
Actually, the advice that we got was that these kind of consultants are hired through the attorney's office, and they do not require an RFP or an RFQ.
Could you share with us what's your take on that? Okay, so without an RFP or RFQ, we don't have to have multiple folks, we can just go with...
I don't
Okay.
mind multiple choices. I'm just saying you don't have to go through that process.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes, ma'am? Sure.
So I feel very uncomfortable making a decision of this magnitude without having Ashley Sutton here to weigh in on state policy. Not that you guys aren't knowledgeable, but, you know, she's very up to date on school system and education law about that. And also, I would like to see us, I think that we should look at multiple search firms. And we already know that the NCSBA, they haven't been able to give us a presentation because we haven't invited them, but they have given us a paper that says it costs anywhere from $21,000 to $25,000. So I think we need to do what Dr. Barnes had suggested several meetings ago as the acting, that let's do a cost-benefit analysis. And so Ashley and her team can pull that together once we get the candidates. So I'm not saying that our legal team can't go out and look for, you know, search firms for us, but the way to get a good search firm is to put out an RFP so that we know and we set the criteria. What do we want them to do? And what's it going to cost so that we can compare apples to apples? And you know, so that we make sure that some of the maybe skeletons in the closet of some of the people that we have been talking about today are laid out on the table so we can clearly understand what we're actually paying for. We don't have any money. I'm not going to say it out loud, but you all know what it is. So anyway.
You didn't mean skeletons in their closet, you mean in case anyone
In case
had it.
there's a skeleton, and I have a specific concern that I can talk with us about, but I think we need to keep it above board and have an RFQ, but I think that Ashley needs to weigh in and her team before we start, you know, directing our legal team to do something that internally we can do for free. Not that we don't want to pay you guys, because we value your services, but we can do some of this on our own. We have the staff with experience.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
I like some of the ideas that have been coming out about establishing a timeline, especially a loose timeline. Like I said, we don't need to limit ourselves or say it's going to be this time or the other time. It's going to take as long as it's going to take, and that's okay. I'm fine with understanding that it perhaps might go longer than me being on this board, but I didn't want to, I want folks out there listening, because, you know, you hear all kind of things about what people think we're going to do. I like to go ahead and just set out what we're going to do, the idea of getting feedback from the community. And I had mentioned before, we have a lot of retired superintendents here that are more than happy to talk with us, help and guide us. I've never done it either because they voted someone before I got here. So I think maybe we had just established today, because to your point, Ashley's not here, I would love to hear from our people to let us know potential costs, the potential process, you know, making sure we're following rules and laws. And maybe today we just come up with some kind of loose timeline and what our next steps are. I mean, I feel voting on a particular firm, I'm not ready to do that. I don't feel qualified to do that.
Mr. Chair, may I offer a suggestion? If, from the individuals who've spoken, if we direct staff to compile that cost analysis, and we as board members can present some of the firms that we've seen, consultants and things like that, so in the presentation to us, we can kind of compare and contrast all of those things. So whatever options they bring to us, in addition to the ones that we have started to look at ourselves, that we can have an overall good comparison in that, rather than saying yes to hiring a consultant at this time, but to rather say, let's get the overarching viewpoint, and we can maybe direct to you, Mr. Chairman, the different consulting firms that we would like to look into, and our staff can compile it for us.
Well,
I just want to clear up something. I am not proposing that we hire any particular firm. I'm proposing that we get consultants to help us make these decisions because we don't know how to do it. And our board attorneys have never hired a permanent superintendent either. So I'm proposing that we agree that we can look at consultants. I'm not saying it has to be any one specific consultant. I would like this one firm out of New Bern to be considered from the pool that we agree that we want to pull from.
Oh, then yeah, I'll second that.
Okay.
That's what I'm proposing. I sent you the information on this one, and I said a firm or a consultant like Dr. Hobbs. I used the word like because we know that he has a consulting firm that does this, like him. And just to make sure that I knew that I was doing what, I called him last night and I said, am I correct that you do this kind of consulting? And he said, yes, I do. I just wanted to know if I had understood right from what we heard about him, that he does that type of consulting. I don't care who it is, as long as they have experience in hiring permanent superintendents for that side of it, and experience in finance and saving board's money and finding money that the board didn't know about, and advising the board on the questions that they need to be asking and the information they're supposed to be having. And on top of that, clarifying, we did have the Ashley Sutton supplied estimate of $14,600 in savings per month right now, starting today. So there is money here that can be applied to this. It can apply to anything else, but there is money to hire a consultant. It will save us time. It may save us from not having to interview 39 people, because think of how many days that's going to be. So that's what my motion was, just clarifying.
That was like a 20-minute motion. Could you say what the motion is? Hire a consulting firm?
That we
use a consultant versus us trying to do it ourselves. Is that what your motion is?
We add to what we're doing, not subtracting. We add to what they're doing in two different veins. With the superintendent search, we get a consulting firm that has done this, or a person that has their own an experienced hiring superintendent, somebody that we can
All right, so say the motion succinctly, that you want 2 tracks.
2 tracks, one for finance and budget and bond, and the other one for superintendent searches.
And I'm going to go to Ms. Walker because she actually raised her hand. So Ms. Walker.
Oh, sorry, Pete.
Well, I guess I'm confused with what we're voting on. I get some of it, but you had sent something. This is the attachment I got to one of them. I couldn't read it. So,
Sorry.
No, it's okay, but I'm just saying, if I'm supposed to vote on something.
No, we're not,
Okay.
I'm not saying hire them. I'm saying any consultant firm that we can agree on at another point.
So we're agreeing to hire a consultant firm. One or two?
Two.
But
One
two
for
specific
finance
ones?
and-
Okay, but not
Yeah.
specific, just
Yeah,
those
right,
tracks.
no.
Mr. Wilbur?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to amend that motion or to say that the board hires a consulting firm to help us with the superintendent search, one at a time. I'm not saying that either one is not valuable, but I think that we should vote on them specifically. That, so to me, the motion would then be that the board is hiring a consulting firm to help us in our superintendent search versus Brunswick County did it all by themselves and used their attorney and said it was really hard. So I'm making the motion to amend that we hire a consulting firm to help us select our superintendent.
Okay, is there a second to the amendment?
I'll second, that's simple, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to hiring a firm.
Okay, so the amendment, which is what we're talking about now, is to basically, in my mind, take the 2 tracks we're talking about and make them 1 track and just to focus on the superintendent. Is that correct?
Not make the 2 into 1.
No.
Make just 1.
Just one.
Just
Yeah.
1. That we hire a superintendent, we hire a firm that specializes in superintendent searches to help us with our superintendent search process.
Okay, and there's a first and second discussion on that amended motion.
My piece of clarity. So we're not mending 2 into 1, but potentially if we hire a consulting firm, the primary focus will be superintendent, but in the event that we also want to utilize for financial
evaluation stuff, we could choose to do that as well.
Well, if
Is
we...
that, I'm asking for clarity in the discussion, because.
Okay, well,
My
Mr.
clarity,
Craig, yeah.
if we listen to what our finance people say, and if they say that we need an RFQ, then we're going to have to put in the RFQ that we're hiring a superintendent search, and oh, by the way, we may want you to do something else. I don't think that's a good use of we would have to have, I think we should have two separate RFQs, because maybe one firm would be better than another in the bond financial kind of stuff. So my motion stands, that's the clarity, is we're using them for one thing, with
Okay.
one set of guidelines.
And board members, we do have 10 minutes left, unless we extend our time, so.
I would prefer to divide it into two different votes. I'm good with that. But I would love just a tiny bit of grace to see if in fact done my fact checking, done my homework to find out that if we go through the board attorney, we don't have to use an RFP and RFQ. If I'm wrong, I will apologize, but I did my homework so that we don't have to wait another month to talk about this. I did my homework.
I'm not suggesting that your
So,
suggestion was
I
wrong.
would like to divide it into two separate votes.
Well, we already have
I
the
already
amendment.
did that.
Yep. Okay, so we have in front of us a motion to look at look at a search
Consulting
Firm.
firm for
to
superintendent.
help
For
us
superintendent.
hire a new superintendent.
Okay, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Miss Mason,
Yes.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
Miss Barnhart,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Miss Craybill,
Yes.
and Miss Bradford.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0, so that will do. We go back to the original motion, which is, there's only half of it left, which is to,
She'll need to
discuss-
amend the motion then.
Yeah.
Okay, I amend it to read that we would hire a consulting firm to help us with finance and budgeting and/or bond, if they have that expertise.
Just real simple.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a we already had a second on.
No, because she's amending her motion.
Yes, we have a second on that.
Second.
Any first and second, any further discussion? Yes, ma'am?
I think it's premature to hire a consultant until we've had the meeting, the joint meeting with finance, capital, and bond committees with advice from our assistant superintendent of operations. So I think that it's premature for us to make that motion. So I would like to make an amended motion to that we table this discussion.
Because we've already voted on an amendment.
Okay, I'll bring it up later after I vote no.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarity, to find that consulting firm will take some time, and I would expect that we would have that joint meeting before we do the hiring. It would be logical to do it that way.
Okay.
Wouldn't y'all agree?
We have 7 minutes left, so, Ms. Bowie, this motion is the second part of the motion, which is to hire a consultant firm to discuss finance and look at possible bonds. Sir? Dr. Barnes, bring something up. Dr. Barnes, would you share that with the board, please? I know you wanted me to do
Was
it.
trying not to. We also are finalizing our financial audit for for last school year, and that may inform your thinking as well.
Okay, that's true.
So that would again cause us to wait to hire a consulting firm until we see what the results of our audit are, to combine with all those other things, because we may be getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay. All right, would you, Ms. Mance, do you have your hand up? I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I
Oh, out
apologize.
loud. Since we had such a financial interesting year, we need to be real careful that we don't look at what money we have right now that are building our fund balance in some shape, form, and fashion, that we just jump on anything quickly. So I don't disagree with anyone, but I think that meeting is paramount to what we do after. That makes sense? So that because like somebody said, Ashley, everybody trusts Ashley, and she can tell us exactly where we are, exactly what we can afford what's not going to mess us up in the future. She'll remember everything that's coming that some of us don't. And I just feel like we need to meet with her before we really solidify any type of
Okay, yes, sir.
policy about that or decision.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? This is again for the second part to hire a consulting firm for basically the area of finance and bonds.
It's actually not to hire, it's to begin the process of finding.
Okay, begin the process of finding that firm.
Same thing.
Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Miss Mason,
Can you come back to me?
Okay.
Miss Walker,
Yes.
Yes?
that's a vote. Okay.
That was a yes.
Okay. Okay then. Miss Barnhart,
Yes.
Yes.
Miss McManus.
I think I understood what I'm voting for.
But let me restate this again one more time so it's clear. Basically, to start the process to find a search firm, or not search firm, a firm to help us in the area of finance, bond,
Budget.
and budget.
Consulting.
So to start the process,
Yes.
not to immediately hire somebody.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
No.
Miss Craybill,
No.
Miss Bradford,
Yes.
and Miss Mason.
Yes.
That passes 5-2, so we can start that process. Jumping ahead, we are at the task force committee update. Ms. Walker, and you have 4 minutes. You can do it. You can do it.
I passed that out to y'all. This is one of the things we went over at our last meeting. Our chair was there. He's familiar a little bit with this. We have been meeting for more than a year. I'm sorry if I messed this up. I'm really tired. We've been meeting for more than a year, and we have just revamped membership. But we took a lot of our goals and put them under 4 main goals. And as you can see, it really goes from beginning in pre-K to the end when we look at graduating seniors and whatever path they decide to go through. The team has worked very hard to put these together. We are trying to come up with number amounts for this because eventually we are going to want to have an ask from hopefully endowment or whatever source we can come up with. There are other sources for money too, but they need to have numbers to them because what we're trying to do is what we're hoping to do is if we can every child enters kindergarten at grade level. That's our first goal. At the very end, graduate seniors that have access to college or trade certification programs. And all in between, it really speaks for itself. I'm happy to talk about it if anybody has further questions. We are moving to monthly meetings, the second Wednesday here at the Board of Education Center from 12 to 2. And like I said, these are our 4 subcommittee groups. A lot of members have decided which one they feel like they're more strong on. Every child enters kindergarten at grade level, literacy at all levels, positive culture in every classroom/school, and graduating seniors can access college and trade or certification programs. So that's pretty much the very short of it. If there's any questions.
Any questions, board members? I got to say, I very much enjoyed the meeting, and it was very, it's kind of starting some of the ground stuff, but I think the 4 pillars are very, very strong.
Yes.
So, what we want. Bradford?
My question's for the board attorneys. If we're moving to monthly, if we come and we're not actively participating in board business, are we allowed to sit in and listen to these meetings?
Basically, if there's a quorum there, because they're not at this point announced meetings.
The question is, if you attend.
Are we all allowed to come? Yes, as long as we're not conducting
Can
board
4 or more
business.
come?
Yes, as long as you're not conducting.
May I ask a point of clarification on that? So we will be getting information and to inform our future board business.
Meaning, what if y'all went to the same school one morning, and 5 of you were there,
And the line on that is,
We do manage
look,
that.
if all of you end up at Hardee's at the same time to get a breakfast biscuit in the morning and it's not planned, that's not a meeting.
Right.
Because there's no public business being transacted. On the other hand, the way the statute has it defined, the presence of a quorum would make for a public meeting, but I'm trying to think what happens. I've never had anybody come up and say, yeah, but all of us aren't going to be there doing business. I'm just going to be there watching.
You can come back and give us an opinion later.
I'm going to have to look at that
prefer-
one because that's a little bit of a brain teaser. Under the statute, I'd tell you, yeah, strict reading is you got a meeting because you got them all there, and public business is being conducted, even if it's not you that's doing it. But the way you're describing it, I mean, yeah, if you were to go sit in the audience, for example, and that's not right. Audience isn't the right word because you wouldn't need an audience for a work meeting. I don't know. I'll have to come back to you on
Thank
that.
you.
I'll get you an answer by tomorrow on that.
I think part of the question also is that they could learn information that would impact on the way they vote something later on.
Yes, that was my point. Before we adjourn, I would like to ask that we take a moment of silence. One of our employees in the communications department lost her daughter last week, and so I just wanted to, Miss Abrams. So I would like to just take a moment to.
Thank you, Ms. Graybill.
Thank you.
Bring that up. Our sincere condolences go out to that family, 100%. Thank you for sharing that with us. At this point, we have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
A couple of them.
Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nobody wants to stay here? We are adjourned. Thank you, board members. And
But you're still observing things that you might make decisions. I know, that's what's so